Check, check. Okay, cool. Right. Let me just check whether if all my filters are in place. Fantastic. Now, don't change my output. Fantastic. I can hear that funky BGM from Rise on. Alright, well, it has been a minute since I last played Final Fantasy again. Being the general. But good morning. Hope you are all doing well. It is currently 8:30 in the morning over here, and there is a scheduled maintenance in 5.5 hours. So hopefully, while I continue playing one of my favorite games of all time, you're all having great mornings thus far. And if it's evening for you, I hope you've already had a good day. Decent at least. We kind of always have good days. Alright, let's continue. Last I recall, where we left off, we discovered that Osdal's legacy was actually a fissure into the void, or the 13th shard of Fears. Now we're left here with Stinian and Barshan. Let's see. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least. Otherwise, it was a heavy price to pay for a treasure map leading to a treasure we couldn't keep. Sharing the well. Barshan wishes to discuss the distribution of the treasure. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with Sasha directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Sylvain, you are to visit Kaldi and Yelimat. Speak with Matsya and his people, and listen to their grievances. Justinian, I bid you do the same at Kalakas Stan. I will be conducting my own inquiries at Giant Skull Grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, you can reconvene at Megadusa. Ah yes, since we last played, I believe I've changed my glamour somewhat. I did what I said I was gonna do, which is to farm the armor pieces from an ammonia, or specifically Abyssos. Yep, sure do like the armor set. The only thing that's not really part of the set is the pants, which is, don't quite remember what the piece was called. Right, yeah, the Hemskin Bride. Braids? Who knows? Unfortunately, this isn't the dyeable set, but that's fine by me, because I actually do like the base color for this. If anything, the only thing I wish to be able to dye would be the cape, but then again, this does work out pretty well. I do wish that I could just like disable this hunting ring of fire. Another thing that I also been up to was the Save the Queen quest line in Bosnia. Bosnia? You know the place. Yep, finished it. And it's in its entirety, all 25 ranks of it. Probably might return to it like on my own time and just give it a go once in a while. But considering that I've done what I've wanted to, which was, well, first was really just getting the resistance weapon for my Dragoon, which I hardly play. Yep. Got a shiny new spear. It's a pretty nice spear, yes. This is, of course, only the third stage, third stage. But this specifically was what I wanted to get. I didn't expect to be so captured by the story of Save Queen and Resistance, but here we are. Done with that, and I wouldn't say as much of playing with a grudge, but I've been playing at stage for the entire section because I like to stay alive. I also got this mount, which is pretty cool. That spawned out over. I don't recall if I've used this one. Oh wait, right. Yeah, the log boxes. That's some bardings for my trouble here. This is mostly Saryu's step, except for the legs there, which was Sophia's. Yes, collected all 7 Dragon Balls and gotten the shiny bird. There is a bit of a response lag here. Oh dear. I might be stuck. It looks like we're facing some connectivity issues here. Hopefully this isn't going to affect me for the rest of the stream, otherwise I'll have to think of something else to play. Return. Hello. Oh, still stuck as a bird. I cannot dismount. Well, this may be a problem. While we wait, the game will respawn. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't think there's much else I can do during my inventory. All these dies, but where to put. I really need to do something about the material as well. Look at this, this entire page of my inventory is full of these shiny gems. Atya. Oh, Sylvain. I'm so glad to see you had returned unharmed. Finished with the boat then. That I have. Anything the village desperately needs. Well, I suppose Kozal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's been much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we are just banding together as best we can. Okay. Speed. Rest of the levels. So it's really funny to look at your levels. How do such tiny wings lift such a huge bird? Then again, I suppose it follows the B-movie laws of aviation. Someone in here. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavner, then you must try my special lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. No, this is not my first visit. In fact, I was here when the sky was still raining fire, if you recall. Yes, we bought a glass? Cup? Bottle? Yeah. A container, a vessel of your finest lassi for our friend Yurianji. What could such a want to cost, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles of worth a generous price of 19,800 gil. And for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Are you sure about that? Think very carefully about what you're saying here. Stealing for that price, you're not a thief around here. Still not turning a profit these days. I am not a Stygian. Stygian, who is this? Yeah. Even one who was with a spear-toting fellow. Oh, we can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Just spare me. We might as well have the ugly tower back to what the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices, I tell you. If I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. The economy must be in shambles if you are charging 19,000 or so for 3 glasses, 3 bottles. I suppose wool and calamities had to do that. We require more travelers to equalize the hunt of there in general. Guild staff. How far is the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? That is exactly what I just said. The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the 5 days. It's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kozal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. That was a man who got things done, God rest his soul. They've spoken with key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace's hardships. Barsha awaits your report at Megaduta. My microphone isn't picking up the background noise. To see my stint creature's back did not go unnoticed. I take 2 steps before another veterinarian was thanking me profusely for leaving their home. Ah, my advisor's returned. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least. There are a few places that can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some car or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yelimar. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Fafner has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in your colony in Yelimar? Trade is terrible, economy is in shambles. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and the shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yelimar. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over, so many lives lost. Enough grief to drown if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not, Solvay. Stinian, I'll consider the perspectives you've brought me, devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded its city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul.
One of our Omi.
Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
It's a pragmatic approach, but considering how devoid of profits they have in the first place, it might be hard for them to recover. If anything, it should be the reverse, to grant them reprieve from taxes for the time being while they rebuild. So I'm kind of curious, but it takes a village to raise a child.
Of course, we must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something because all seems appropriate. Why not honor one of your most successful merchants?
A successful merchant. I believe I see thy reasoning. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Daphne, but as a hard-working and generous man. brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Okay. Swarming to his role as Satra. Clearly all those years behind the curtain was spent napping. Bridging the rift, Veteran Radiant wishes to share his gratitude. Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You'll forgive me for not speaking sooner. I bear a message from Archon Stola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Stola must have finished a study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. I thought the Sergeant would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Aharon assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I'm curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. On your way to the High Crucible, I trust. Must meet rejoin my unit and assist with bringing the city's orphans down here. Where are the stairs? One who claims it is too late to save his sister. Risha seems awfully interested in whatever revelations Shtola might have to share.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate.
You do like the sound like we can appreciate like the sound design here. This is, you might have noticed like the slight change in, you know, reverb, I suppose, between the High Crucible and this monologue.
The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No, the danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
Maybe it's demon bait for nothing, you know.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th, and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
So much for taking it easy.
Since when were you one for the quiet life?
Oh, you got me there.
Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands.
Oh, you phrase it like that. How can I ever say no?
That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daymir was overseeing the project.
Daymir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Surprising.
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
With what? I'm very tempted to say this, but I do know exactly what they're talking about.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charleon.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves. I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Every time I come here, I'm always lost. But I can see the ether right here. Actually, no, I didn't even do that. Just, yeah. Teleport straight to Charlotte. If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind. What of Scholar Montague? Exactly who I had in mind, actually. They come to Graha's defense to require. To settle. Let's head to Phenomenal and see if it's willing to help us once more. If I was pressed to name our allies in the forum, Scholar Montague would certainly be at the top of the list. Hopefully he agrees to aid us with our request. Where is... Right, all the way in the studio. I'm gonna take a seating route there, I suppose. I'm not sure if I've mentioned it before, but I really do admire Charlotte's architecture. It's a really nice blend of like natural landscape and very nice, almost classical architecture, I suppose. Oh, let's follow the path. Its nighttime theme is really wonderful as well. Getting the right way, so I am. Chance to attend the studio. Never did Dangren, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisoir took him in off the streets, he was put to the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. Sometimes I wonder what my life might have been. Might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Should I wonder as well? It must be a little bit cheeky, I suppose. Oh, never mind. It was not a thought. Tea of the last stand after the day of lectures. Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoon with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get. But it was a wondrous, magical challenge nonetheless. Sounds lovely, actually. Right. Let's proceed. That little Lalafell just practicing his craft in front of the door. Have you ever seen the one screenshot of Lalafell like clamped up as a wedge and like a big wedge from Ironworks, and he named himself Door Wedge, and all he did was to sit in front of the door. I believe it was in Oldar, I think. Ah, visitors. And quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusions, for hoping to secure permission to enter Newman's restricted archives. Oh ho, no further forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety. Yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Void's End. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had, if my assumption is correct. Research left behind by House Damir has lain dormant in Charlotte's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, but then, surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. Oh, but indeed I do. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world, and the echo of its future. And yet, I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request for Reform's consideration. Although reputation will be better received, you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. And who might that be? Why, Master Fortunal, of course. You can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortunal on our side will tip the balance in our favor. Very well. We'll pay a visit to the Levier estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I will consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I wager. So if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity... Of course, Skorlark. We will be sure to pass on any revelations. Reform can be a cantankerous beast. One needs a persuasive voice to get it moving in the desired direction. Monteshane seemed optimistic, but I doubt convincing Fortune to champion our cause would be as simple as showing up on his doorstep. Right. I don't know whether it's gonna work, but we try warping there. Oh, it does work. One thing there is... Yep, no, there aren't any points of interest. Also, Seeking Sanctuary is level 1. I don't know if I can just walk right in. Doors do open. Wow. Okay. Master Sylvain. Mistress Ishtilla. How may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortunal. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. Shall I inform him, I guess, that he has guests? Well, the Millions would invite you inside for tea. I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. There we do. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Monteshane expressed much the same sentiment, I assure you. Expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, will not attempt to circumvent the form's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for a good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend. A selfless hero crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from war and suffering. But the brother has given up on cause of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people, yet healing from the flames of the final days. Loyal to his duty, while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, uniting these siblings, yet it feels a perfect cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his loved ones and spent many years in research to prevent him, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. A forum must still be convinced. I'll add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldesian Annex. The matter is out of our hands. All that remains is to return to the Annex and await word of the forum's decision. Alright, let's get on to the Baldesian Annex. Once we finish this quest, I'm gonna take a short break because I am starting to get a bit hungry. So I was streaming about 8:30 or so. Now it's 9:30. I should probably eat something at least. Just a light snack. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Montoya has burned some bridges here in Charlotte and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petition in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I'm sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising. Aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlotte needed to guide through not one, but two exoduses. If I were but 5 years younger, I'd cast aside my elected and join you on your adventures in a heartbeat. 5 years older and I'll still gladly take on any adventure. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Damir's research notes, of course, but the thought of soul knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Alright then. Well, if that happens, however, well, nothing happens, I shall go get snack to eat so that I can not feel this rumbling in my tummy. Right, I shall be right back in just a couple of minutes. It won't be long. In the meantime, though, I do hope you enjoy the background music of Shaolin, because I certainly do. Okay, I shall be right back. Great tea. Now that I've had some ease, I shouldn't stop. Well, before I continue, I'm just gonna sort out some administrative stuff. Hey. I'd like to set out as soon as you're ready. Tyria, Multishaden is waiting to offer you further instructions. You're heading directly to the archives up here, I assume. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Here. Looks pretty good, actually. Stack man. Trojan Lorca. Ah, okay. It's your great armor, see. Actually, no, it's not Spell Court, I think, is a dungeon, not raid. Or is it? I've actually never taken a good look. This still wearing boots or heels? No, boots, effectively. I can imagine running around in the dungeons and Great Outdoors heels. Like, don't get me wrong, I do like the design, looks of it, but practicality-wise, I'm sure you'll know how much of a trouble that may be. Even just casually walking with heels might be a problem. To think this set of instructions I laughingly imagine may actually exist, but yawns away from where you found me napping. The thing is, set of instructions I laughingly imagine may actually exist, but yawns away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Oswald III's exploits sooner, I could have well saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one needs to be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Come along, Sylvain. Numenon and its forbidden wisdom awaits. Oh, actually, counting on it, there was something that I was going to talk about, which was how Japanese media, be it like anime or video games, describes like kind of like portrays anyone. I wouldn't say all the time, but it quite often portrays anyone past the age of like 20 something, like early 20s as like ancient and veteran. Like, come on, Stola's at the very least like 27 years old, maybe late. She's definitely like late 20s or at the very, on average, probably early 30s, but I don't know how like they kind of describe her or portray her as being this very, I don't know, old and, well, maybe not old, but very senior character, you know what I mean? The fact that I'm already in my own late 20s and approaching 30 is... I don't know how to feel about that. Stola and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into restricted archives? Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
It is going to be a search. So many books I've yet to read. Yes, yes. We are here for one specific volume. You needn't remind me. Untitled Journal. Today, in a world not mine, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Oh, I have a call incoming. One moment. Check, check. Okay, fantastic. Got some funky piano music right here. I wonder who this goldsmith might be. Though you attempted to read more, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. weighty tome. In the year 1564 of the sixth pastoral era, Ramalja summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic, lizard-like being with a potent command of fire aspect magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it's unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the ether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence, some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Could this man-made god truly be all-knowing? And if it were, whence would such a knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age, yet with no means to verify its pronouncement? How could one be certain they were true? My mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein. This does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. Never bound log. I think the worst thing about scouring through tomes, especially in the library such as this, is that none of these books are labeled. Unless you count that. It's upside down. Look at that. It's probably this one. The following pages detailed an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures, as devised by Nuhashan, 9th Patriarch of House Daimir. Epiphanies of House Daimir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlotte's Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. We appear to have located the forbidden volume we seek. The Shola will need to make the final confirmation. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Forbidden research log detailing an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures. Oh, yeah, see. Exactly what I said. Well done, Sylvain. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Daimir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
That is a very fancy book cover.
Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard.
Let's see. Text here.
From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah,
Copy.
but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Congratulations on locating the object of your search. Please move along. As much as I would love to start crafting the atoms, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, I know a Harnish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. The message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled, security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Vavnir and look for her and the great work. All these sallow, sleep-deprived places, but their eyes still burn with fiery zeal. Some things never change. Chocobo's getting in the way. Alright, off you go. Oh. Stoll tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, the that you want me to be part of it. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? 5 sisters. This is the mark of House Daimir. I never knew such a book existed. You should. It was sequestered in Illuminat's restricted archives, after all. It was? But that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. Forbidden tome, filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. To think the Daimir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomus? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. You almost make it sound this is a proposal. I suppose it is, of a sort. Work on the Daimir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlene trembling in their sandals. No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big mouth simulacrum once we've built it? I'm gonna jump right into the mouth. So, there's a secret void gate, and sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomus is to expand his hidden potential, of this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to plan to lead us back there. Once we've finished gathering the components required. Charlene's markets provide with raw aquamarine and pure water crystals. I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, we need not go further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations. And the water which pools there is now known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, or petition Future to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? You meet back here or not? There is no greater joy than having a new puzzle to ponder. It's such a cool mount. Monkey. I'm gonna kick the monkey. Astrally dense pockets. Oh, hey, Roshan, das Ding hier. Das war's, ich spiele an der Seite. Archon Stoller requested that I join you, but of my plans she offered scant detail. The boy Murad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Oh, I forgot to mention. The font of my attracts aggressive wildlife, and you should watch out for them when you go there next time. My apologies. Yes, I unfortunately had to kick a monkey into a well. Do you have that flask for me? I do. Astral aspect of the water. A flask filled with the astrally infused water scooped from a strangely specific point in the depths of the front of Maya. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Sylvain. Void Theory. Stoller is eager to depart for Vault. Look who I came across. The student seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his loans. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make over to the loans. Will we have need of Marcia's boat again? Not this time. Once his Stroller informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made pretty at Akali. Your Excellency is ever a gracious host. Shall we? Is likely not needed with Rita along, but I held onto the map against the chance we might need to return to the ruins. Onto the boat, if you please. We can chat on the way there. All this time I thought the tales of Alsdal's horde were no more than drunken sailors' fancies. You need not keep your weapons close at hand. The Guardians will not attack if I am present. So I pray you leave them be. Yes, I'm sure it's very expensive to release them. Ship is yours to command. Oh, thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Azadal's legacy. See you true of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. Well, we cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. It seemed a few stragglers remained. Poor Vidra. He really should have spoken with us, didn't it, before we left? I shudder to think what we've cost him in terms of construct materials. He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Gra has theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Say nothing and go and look. Maybe send a familiar. Might as well go myself.
And how would you do that? The gate is still too small for any of us to pass through.
Estinian is correct, which is why I've elected to send a familiar in our stead. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
Oh, I think I know what's coming up.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
Oh, you'll see us in him. You'll see.
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Water, water, froth and fire!
Oh no.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
I think Barshan's at the lost words.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual.
Oh, that was cute.
In any case, these two should serve us well. This one will bear a warding scale.
Lord. He's sticking it in.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
Oh no. I'm sure Ritra just like, in all my years, I've never seen such performance.
We should also be wary of void sense slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well. Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know. Let us begin, shall we?
I'm gonna go back to this cutscene and like the journal to see what the options to play are like.
Nixies, into the void.
Every time I come here, it reminds me of that dark portal of Crystal Tower. And the final lash of Asdaya's tail as she plunged into the void. Sister, save me, I'll never see you still the same way again. Prophetful indeed. I struggle to picture Ishtola as a little girl. Easier to believe she sprang fully formed from one of Master Matoya's cauldrons. We need to wait for our time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient and keep watch for any intruders.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side. Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the Void Gate.
Come, Vol Demon.
They're coming through!
Let them come.
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
Come on, it's just a little guy.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Unakalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. It was Elidibus, as I recall, who rescued Unakalhai's spirit from his final battlefield. But I wonder if there were others whom the emissary saved from oblivion.
There is. I've met her. I have a barmaid at the wandering stairs.
The server. Ciela, wasn't it? And you say she was another of Elidibus's pawns? I see. So Ciela, or rather Silver, was beguiled by the same dreams of heroism as Unakalhai. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could, if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Seeing the void's terrors firsthand was an experience. I adopt fear of such creatures is at the root of Reacher's hesitation. Stole upon us the next stage of your preparations to enter the void. Once Inhana succeeds in replicating the Marker Thomas, the door into the 13th shall be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the void myself. Might we discuss this later? There is something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding skill can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it's to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Oh, there's always gone ironworks. Gnosis Galligans. I'm not sure. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With this experience, and at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warring skill. Come, let us visit their operation along this reach and commission their best and brightest. Perhaps this young man can locate Sid for us. Sylvain, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he is available. This is it, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. Ring ring. Pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading to the void to find the lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after the Meteon and that bloody mess. Alright. Let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there was signs of degradation. Seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on the surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the skill from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might affect the skill's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled the data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jesse in a constant barrage of demands, while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidana is getting on with the mock tunnels. The insatiable curiosity of our alchemists has ever amazed me, but I've largely left them to their own devices since we opened the gate together. I hope Nidana has good news for us. Yep.
Ah, hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Al-Zadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
Or as the kids say, they're simply built different.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Wallowed in uncertainty forever. To protect them, well, we must take heart.
You're saying I should seize this chance? Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzat-Han. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
No idea how does the writing team do it, but every time I do MSQ, it's always like one touching scene or whatever. It's not forced either. It's really well written. Convincing others to follow their hearts is not my forte. I would have gladly let our more philosophical comrades take the lead had they been here. But someone needed to give that boy a good talking to. You're supposed to be reprimanded to you. I did just yell at Sasha. We'll have that almost built before you know it. When a project like this comes along, we'll give it our full attention and undivided attention. Sleep? Ah, who needs it? Oh, that reminds me. Maybe I should finish that other project I was working on for His Excellency. I will not squander this chance you have given me. I will find Ashdaya. You surprised me, Estenian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement, helping reach this conclusion. It was for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked with some unnatural storm. What of your own oxen, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage. The soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoska's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend or ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vritra of that pain, then I will follow you. An unusual crew we have here. Indeed. But perfect for a purpose, I should think. I'd rather not bother the Scions with all less than a dire threat to the star. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flow of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. To be more convenient, have we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of our palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Oh, right, yes. Very small detail here, but look at the shadows. I love how they play with these rainbow-colored tiles on the ground. It's really cool. Conducting our expedition, our revising stones would raise just as many questions as recruiting too many Scions. It's here in Razahan, we might be expected to appear road-weary from our local explorations. I was put up in a guest room in the palace while I awaited my audience with Rita. I expect we will be given the use of something similar. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great amounts of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when we've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Azjaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take. What our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I'm grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidan. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lamps. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Sylvain, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We're headed to another world. Find what joy you can be experienced, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Meanwhile, into 13.
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
Well, I do have some time to continue. Actually, I do have quite a bit of time. But first, I'll take a short break. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, almost forgot. There you go. Let's continue. In search of Ashjaya. Varshan has glad tidings to share. Ah, excellent timing, Sylvain. Just a moment ago I received word from the Ironworks. They have completed the task and are on their way with the reinforced warden skills. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating the artificial automos. All is in readiness for our journey to the void. I've instructed our comrades to gather at the great work. Let us head there at once. By the looks of time here, I have less than 3 hours to... slightly under 3 hours to play for maintenance hits. I'll perhaps go for another hour or so. Till noon. Look at this little guy. Look at him. No weird looking, but I suppose that's the nature of Void Scent. Our comrades are here, but the Ironworks people have yet to arrive. Let's create a Void Scent. Anish alchemists are as clever as they are bold. It'd be pretty funny if I could just interact with it, but... There you are, Sylvain. It's up to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial automos. But we've yet to put it to proof. The ether is practically identical to that of the original. Truly remarkable feat in so short a time. Aye, our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Ranzan. I will express my gratitude to Nidana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed off after bringing the Atomos to attend to a pressing task, and said she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends from the Ironworks arrive with the warning skills. Did someone say warning skills? Did someone say warning skills? Because it just so happens we have it. Right on cue. It's good to see you all again. But for the President himself to attend, keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? You know I am. I was there at the Crystal Tower, lest you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. If you don't mind if we come on and see you off, I hope. It's thanks to these three that we could finish our work so quickly. It was my painstakingly collected data that made the reinforcement possible. The skills will last a good 10 years in the void with nary a hint of degradation. As the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. We'll keep you safe. But enough bragging. Here are the skills. With these, we can search for my system without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you. Don't mention it. Midgard's Vorman came to our rescue in the rift. It's the least we can do to help his children. Thank you. Well, my friend, my only regret is I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand venture. Wait. Idana. Idana. It's all the matter. Before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Will you please come with me? You would not delay us without good cause. Then very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a moment. He should have taken his time. What sort of grand present could take so long to receive? The kind will help him in the void, I presume. In that God's forsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get. You of all people ought to know that, eh?
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
Indeed, this vessel now serves as a host for my eye. I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both. 'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
There is naught to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use. Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Voidsent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass. So, think only of your mission, Varshan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Varshan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Varshan. And best of luck.
I have something for you as well. While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit. As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Alzadal's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loperids. Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault. As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger. Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon. The Loporrits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Hydaelyn's gift than her chosen champion?
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
Onto Weaver's warding. I must say, I'm beginning to feel nervous. Good gods, but the trash is here. If I were a thief, I would have noticed the void gate if it came and bit me in the rear. It's not only us cheering you on, but the alchemists of old too. You couldn't possibly fail. An undersea vault guarded by alchemical sentries. Such a place would be an ideal proving ground for new creations. Like us, the alchemists have tremendous passion for their work. If we were to collaborate, I reckon we could achieve some great things. For my research into cross-rift travel, this is a moment of truth. For all those who helped us come this far, let's pray we succeed. They've upgraded the Vault's Guardians to contend with Void Synth, a task which was made easier by the surplus of broken units. One could argue that I did them a favor.
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Al-Zadal III, I cast open this door unto the void!
Go. Absorb the Void Gate.
Look, he has a little tub.
It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
Demons.
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with Voidsent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ajdaya.
Ooh. I've entered the film called Emporia. Let's see what if they've changed the dialogue. I see they have. Once we've seen you off, we'll take our lead. One to get in the way of this info, the soldier's way shouldn't come to battle. It will be dangerous in the void, but you've been there before and returned safely. We have faith you'll do so again. While the void gate is opened, we must remain vigilant. One void sent past us is one void sent too many. I'm glad we can see you off properly, unlike when you were abruptly whisked away to the first. Anyway, please be safe. To create a void sent to expand a void gate. It's inspired ideas like this that makes the impossible possible. I expect a comprehensive report upon your return. This is the least I'm owed for my invaluable contribution. You know what? Sure. I wish I do have an option to do that. True to our friend's words, the warring skills are eminently reinforced. We needn't fear corruption even should we be wounded by Voidsent. First time in a reflection or no, I can't say I'm feeling nervous, after having journeyed to the edge of existence. No looking back, I shall keep my eyes ever forward. Trust rides at hand, Mikey. Let's get it. See what awaits us. Quite literally a twisted place to avoid. Stay focused. Questa caviarica.
You forced my hand.
I will not hold back!
Scavengers.
I will not hold back!
Some sentries. Guarding a dungeon. Should have helped.
I will not hold back! I will not hold back!
You forced my hand.
Here's rats have wandered into my console. She mistress of the castle. to heaven apart from us. Their drifting evil will suffice. Whoever she is, we'll tend to her like the rest. Oof. Great monster design, but damn, that is awful. Yeah, but advantage in numbers. Ooh. Mean word.
I will not hold back.
I shall come upon the foe.
I will not hold back. I will end this farce.
No mercy.
I will end this farce.
What a view. goes all the way up, doesn't it? Nothing as far as I can see down below either. It must be the kind of castle prop. Got it. I've had the seat of the foremost, as grand a castle as any I've seen. If the mistress is here, must repay her early kindness.
You're mine!
I will end this
No
farce.
mercy!
Interesting. Is that treasure chest I did it? Oh, no coffers bound. Unfortunate. Woman in pain, I suppose. I suspect his mistress bygone days.
I will end this farce.
You forced my hand.
Very regal, that's for sure. Right on the table? Ah, right here. Okay. Align them plus go.
No mercy!
This will hurt. You're mine!
to get earlier. Chat. Surprise, surprise. I sense a potent magic up here. Have care. Alright.
You underestimate me!
See.
This will hurt.
I shall carve a path forward.
Oh, he's pretty good. With a feed of nothing else. She may still be a threat after her. Ah, there you go. I know what these floating orbs are. I'm certainly not in Crystal Tower, that's for sure. flowers. Very pretty. There's this in the sky. The boys don't appreciate flowers too well.
You forced my hand.
You have her now. I said something sensitive here.
This will hurt.
You forced my hand. You forced my hand. No mercy. You forced my hand.
I will not hold back!
You forced my hand.
No, I don't want to be eaten.
So the gate did open again, and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels. I am scarred Vermilion, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's Circle of Four. Such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your grave.
That's the line. He wants to devour us too.
That is mine! Breathe deep of your death!
I will end this farce.
You're mine!
You must die! My blade
You underestimate me!
for blood.
I am of the first brood.
I will not hold back.
Protect me, my minions!
You're mine!
You forced my hand.
I give you a taste of true despair! Stubborn mortals! Come, fill your lungs!
No
This
mercy.
will hurt!
I will not hold back.
I am of the first brood.
I will not be defeated by you!
I will not hold back.
Final Fantasy IV up in this. Anything missing, eh? Nope. And who was that void sent? Is that it? That was a fearsome foe. Indeed. I might come back to this dungeon to farm the glams. It looked pretty good.
This Scarmalione, he knew the gate had opened.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours. But to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent.
I assure you the Voidsent have no love for each other.
Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do?
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
Let's proceed with caution and pick up what we can.
Sage advice, my friend. 'Tis reassuring to have one so experienced with us. I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
Nice. I never dreamed I would come this far. I can't thank you all enough for your cooperation. It seems the minions are keeping up a distance for now. Let's carry on. This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. Ere we set our sights elsewhere, let's see what else is there to learn here. From this point onwards, we'll not encounter Ephrates for a while. Should you leave Troy Castle, you may return here via Weaver's Warding. Additionally, you may now enter the Felcourt Troya with a party of NPC avatars. Alright. probably progress until out of the woods at least. Wherever I turn, there's darkness as far as I can perceive. The only source of light here is ourselves. The opposite was true in the first. It seems the minions are content to gawp for now. Let's carry on. Farshan wears a look of quiet determination. The warden skills exhibit no change. It should be safe to remain here and begin our search. But whither now? I would sense a Staya were she remotely near, but there is nothing. Might you not call to her? Let her know that you have come. Alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. For that I require my true form. And even were it possible, a dragon's call is born upon ether, liable to draw more voids into us. I see. In any case, there's little exploration to be done, well, confined to this isolated isle. I propose we begin by learning what we can from the castle's occupants. An understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well. Let's hope a few of them are capable of speech. Let's all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries. We reconvene afterwards. I suppose we can have ether currents here. Of course not. I've seen them come in black before. This one does not stare. I believe it's attempting to speak. Creature snarls and glares at you, but it's unlikely you'll learn anything from it. Something willing enough to converse, whether they have the ability to do so is another matter. Look at its design. It's two faces. What enticing ether you have. Give me some. Give me some. I don't think so. Oh, if only I was stronger. I'd be able to eat you. Fine, fine. I'll find something else to eat. Huh. While you were able to communicate with this one, he seems to think only of feeding. Better to take your inquiries elsewhere. I want to eat you. I must eat you. Let's take a look at you. Ah, spider. Like the prevailing tongue in Northrend, the language of this world bears a resemblance to our own. It may be assumed that they share a common ancestor. The mistress' eyes are beauteous, sublime. To bask in her gaze is bliss. And now she's gone. Never again will I feel her gaze. No mistress, no orders. What am I to do now? What am I to do now? Creature mutters endlessly to itself, not sparing you so much as a glance. I serve. I obey. Please do not eat me. That's so nicely. Dragon. What's that? Does it taste good? I know nothing about it. I don't know anything about it. Don't know about anything. But one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them into the dungeon. Clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already. You learned all you can from this voice, then. Look in the dungeon, you might be able to find the clever one it mentioned. I think if it wasn't for the fact that this place is plunged into eternal darkness, the architecture here seems very beautiful, actually. I have nothing to share. Although those I approached had no will to fight, neither were they capable of holding a conversation worth the name. My experience was much the same. Lower rung boys tend to have lower intelligence, to seem. A pity Scarmiglione is dead. He was talkative, at least. What of you? I learned that they kept some intelligent boys sent in the dungeon. A clever voice sent in the dungeon. That would be the area in which we emerged. Indeed. Let us take ourselves back there and find this voice in, preferably before his fellows make a meal of it. To the dungeon, then. Oh. Going doorkeeper. Pray we caught her weakened in the dungeon before being served up to the mistress. Tenderizing, she called it. That's the way she used to like it. Ah. Foreign guard dog. I don't think it's capable of speech, no, is it? Oh, yep, it's definitely a dog. Interesting. Passage to pursue 4. Try to keep this suddenly beautiful. Troyan manservant. Oh, it's only the. Oh, there's only the one dungeon here. We call it the 4th. The mistress's orders. But the mistress is gone, and her orders with her. Rest can infest this castle for all I care. Foreign jailer. No one comes and goes from this dungeon without permission. For you, though, I'll make an exception. Go on. Go. That was because of the kindness of your own heart. Such a concept that exists. Perhaps fear. Or perhaps just gratitude. Fulfilling mistress's consumptions, captain of these cells. The mistress will devour. We're free to help ourselves. The clever one is strong. Not a warden ready to devour the clever one that hasn't come back up. Could this be the clever voicent? I mislike the feel of this. Stay on your guard. There appears to be someone within. Familiar? I know you.
You are the friend.
You fade away when Xenos fell.
Xenos? The disgraced prince you yourself laid low?
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald. When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Xenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
Is that Heidelin's crystal?
But how? The light just now, of course. And thus I am returned.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
I was once bound to the man named Xenos. His avatar, until you killed him.
Avatar, as in the Void-sent servants of Reapers. In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the Void to lend him strength.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement. My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then?
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Indeed, it doesn't. Regardless of your form, you are a void sent by nature. So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
Now, you will answer me a question. Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
Xenos may have said I wasn't his friend. Not to you, at least, not yet.
So, you're not a friend. Then... what is it? What is a friend?
This is Avatar, right? But what are the odds? Still know little about her. But now I'm glad we found someone who can do more than both for Ether. I assume the dungeon was reserved for those intended for our mistress's consumption. It is fortunate that we came here when we did. Fateful, even. When I searched Xenos, my mind was shrouded in haze. But one thing was always clear. His obsession with the friend. What the word means, I do not know exactly. I know only that I referred to you, and that yours was an important existence. It seems the clever one did it for my fellow warden after all. I knew it was a bad idea to go into the cell. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from the other voice-ends, at least those we've met, and the change we witness, I suspect, is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she harbors a great deal of darkness. I'm very keen to hear what she can tell us, about herself and about her world. Oh, this will be good. While the language of this world is similar to ours, it is her covenant with Xenos that should ensure that we can understand one another. The magic for summoning voice also facilitates communication, you see. Without this component, the mage would struggle to make his mind known to his servant. dark-robed voice and regards you questioningly. So I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it that you're after? We were looking for a voice with whom we can converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world, and know little and less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it, about yourself. So it's information you seek. What do you offer for it? Beg your pardon? Poisons do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That is the soul of this world we call the void. That makes sense. We forgive our ignorance. But what would be acceptable as payment? I suspect that such coin as we carry has no value here. Poison crave one thing alone. Ether. In return for information, I offer you mine. Just not all of it, mind you. I still have need for my life. Very well. I will tell you no more than what to pay. Then we have a bargain. If we're to talk about the void, let us do so outside. With me. Not allow each other to bear the burden alone. When next opportunity arises, I will offer my own. You needn't worry for me. My life force is a small price to pay for our knowledge, and I will recover it quickly enough once we return home. There are one rule so different out of many in our world. It's those like Alpha now. Read.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the void. There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, void sent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin eaters, darkness begat void sent.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void sent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void sent, but only in part. The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb. As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry. I realize, too, that I have neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me Voidsent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
And call me what you will. I care not.
How about Zero?
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
As I said, I care not. Zero, then. A name is a string of sounds. Its meaning has no bearing on my nature.
Well, Zero, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ashdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us.
Oh boy, I do not like that. Billowing mist up here.
Did you say something? No?
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of Voidsent, perhaps.
Beginning. A curious notion in a world where all has come to an end. No one else seems to be nearby. Perhaps it was just a trick of the wind. If not as out of the ordinary, I should like to hear more from Zero. I can't imagine there are many part which sound like a member of the world as it was. I may have subdued the voice in you, but I doubt they'll remain that way. Remain vigilant. Must say, we are rather exposed here. Perhaps we should continue the conversation within the castle. Throne room is defensible, given its few points of ingress. Let's head back there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I expect my payment promptly. She'll have it as soon as we've arrived. Gotta say though, I really do like Zero's voice. It's very clean, very smooth. Very soothing to hear, actually. I think they did a great job in casting whoever the voice actress is. If I've got someone to give me ether, where oh where will I find a new master? I'll see to the payments, and then we now ask Zero what she knows about Ashdaya. All appears unchanged here. I feel eyes on us. Stay alert. While proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okay. This would be a good spot to end after this. You'll be required to participate in battle. Okay. Let us proceed.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Very well.
You're mine!
You again.
That I should miss my mark.
That fiend again? But we struck it down. Watched it die.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Good fix her. I'm sure you would.
Death doesn't exist.
Yeah, come to think of it, I think Zero definitely fits your taste.
Of course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
Who's Zero? Oh, see whether if she gets any dialogue.
So unless
right here.
one's essence is absorbed by another, it is possible to return again and again.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's. Ah, my mouth waters at the memory.
What?
I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Ye drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger. We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come, struggle with all your might.
Taking that Final Fantasy IV music.
That much richer and tastier. Every soul in this domain serves me now. Come, feast upon their flesh.
The castle answers his call. We do well to break up this feast quickly.
Then let's see these guests on their way.
Behold the power of the Archfiend of Earth!
He hastens their regeneration.
We are deathless! You cannot defeat that which cannot die! Struggle and slaughter all!
This bodes ill.
Our foe has too great an advantage.
We need to drag him out of this damnable feast. Quickly, stand together!
There's no end in sight. A retreat may be in order.
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
A name for which I did not ask. But that I nevertheless did accept.
This is Bloodborne now.
They've been crystallized.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Satisfied?
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine.
Let's get it.
However it be, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn Voidsent into crystal.
What is this power?
You must tremble before my truth, strength!
Attend to the minions first. Be gone! That's far enough!
Trickery will not save.
Reinforcements!
This will hurt.
Impressive.
Pathetic. Useless.
cannot win without Zero. We must help her.
Another debt to repay.
If I must deal with you first, I'll kill you all myself.
Finally getting serious, shall we? Very well. Let us return the favor.
We must stop him now!
Everyone, to me!
Give it everything you've got!
Fools! Do not think you have defeated me. I will return again and again! What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this? To seal ether in crystal. Memoria! But how? How can you have this power? Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet... Ah, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
You are welcome, seekers of might. I, Golbez, have called you for hither. I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Pretty sure I have like a hotkey for like the cyberpunk memes song clip.
Yes, yes, but what of the crew's gift? In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact, and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my 4 arch-fiends. As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether. Just as well, the creature may yet serve other ends.
Are you all right?
The Void Sense essence remains, but it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scarmelione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
Listen to that silky smooth voice.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I receive my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust. Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
A dragon resembling a great wyrm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya. Even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
Olbez has Ashdaya at his mercy, though we must find him. Hopefully Zero has knowledge that will aid us in our search. We vanquished one of Golbez's arch-fiends, but we remain. As troublesome as this one, I expect. There's nothing like the ether of a living mortal. Haven't felt so satisfied since my return. In light of our recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer some few of them. We should still be owed at least that much, I dare say. Alright, 1 PM. It's time for me to go get lunch. And I think this is a good spot for me to put MSQ on hold until maybe tomorrow, or yeah, perhaps tomorrow. But yes, last 4.5 hours have been a great adventure, I think. Very interesting. I suddenly very engrossed in the story, that's for sure. Alright then, that will be it for me for today, or for now at least. And I will see you all again sometime soon, whenever that may be. Groping in the dark. People think. Oh, I'll leave that up to your imagination. Alright. Well then, that is it for me. See you again soon.